Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, you guys, happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. It is day 13 of this trial. Day 13. Will the prosecution get a move on with their case? I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. We are a few minutes behind the live feed, but we'll get caught up in no time as we usually do. And already I was tracking the very beginning of the court feed while I was sort of getting some last minute checks. Oh, good. Mike is working well. Thank you so much. Thank you. And there's already some spice before testimony starts today. Now we've got Colin Albert is returning to the stand on cross-examination, but first we're going to hear the defense wants to be heard. The defense wants to be heard. They want to be heard. I can speak English, right? English is not my first language, but I can still speak it. So, all right. So we are going to be, we're not going to skip over that. Don't you worry. Also, I know we've got the poll already up. I'm on top of that. I don't need a reminder this time. Hooray. And also, we've got the Lally Tally coming out of day 12 and going into day 13. What is the Lally Tally? You know, the last couple of days, I was starting to think that maybe Lally had learned that people are talking a lot about this, and you know that maybe he wanted to, I don't know, modify his approach, or maybe he was trying to, No. Yeah. Yesterday's number tells me no, he has not. I think that those lower numbers from before are just because he had a lower opportunity ratio for his direct examinations. Yesterday, the count for the Lally Tally is 97. He got 97, and now the total is 910, which means I don't think we're going to hit it today because today is a half day, and we're going to start with cross-examination. So, you know, who knows how much opportunity he'll have to throw his what if any's at us. But tomorrow, I think there's definitely a chance between today and tomorrow to hit that 1,000. So 910, y'all. 910 times we have heard what if any specifically from the prosecution. That's not including defense. A couple times we've heard from the defense. Okay. I don't know. Should we be celebrating it when we hit 1,000? I don't know. Is that something to celebrate? Maybe. Okay. Alrighty. Let's get going with the feed, shall we? Okay. All right.
22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel?
All right, counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
We don't need to be seen at sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
Like to be heard?
Well, yes, I would.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that evidence. And I wanted to point out to the court that it is our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence. I had just asked the witness if she had turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th of 2023. I've asked every witness when was the first time that they spoke to the state police. That was the first time McCabe spoke to the state police. None of that conversation had anything to do with harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe. I stayed completely clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever. I only focused on the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet that evidence came in. It led to a moment where that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It was prejudicial to our defense. It is error, and we're asking the court to correct it.
So I will say yesterday, I mostly commented on like the sincerity of the emotion and that kind of thing. And I do think that she was sincere in her emotions. However, I 100% agree with him on this argument right now, because, when it comes to these sort of things that are more prejudicial than probative, the question really becomes like, did they do something to open the door to this testimony? Because, the judge can have ruled before, like, no, this stays out because, it's really not probative. It's more than anything, it's going to be prejudicial. The jury's going to be led astray by hearing this kind of information, and it's not going to actually help them determine the case on the merits. They might get distracted by it and go down this whole side quest of an improper reason to make a determination in the case. And so the question is, what did the defense do to open the door? So she had determined yesterday that the defense opened the door, and this is what he's saying here, I believe, is accurate from what I remember in reviewing the testimony yesterday. That, him asking about these text messages that are being brought in, he has every ability to ask about these text messages of the fact that she didn't provide them to anyone before any point. And he didn't talk about anything that was harassment. He didn't refer to any sort of social media presence or media presence, or any sort of like, what am I looking for? Like what are the terms that I'm looking for? But, like any sort of attention that the family broadly has received as a result of this trial, they didn't talk about any of that. And so it does seem incredibly improper for that to have somehow opened the door, because that means that any number of these witnesses can open the door just by the defense like properly asking, like, well, where the hell does this screenshot come from, and why didn't you introduce it earlier? Like that seems an entirely proper line of questioning, and I don't think that opens the door. So let's see what the prosecution says in response, and let's see what she says in response.
All right. What do you say, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as the questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment. And that's the only reason that she had these messages. And why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier? And that is in direct response to the harassment that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was proper. There was nothing, I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it. And
it doesn't matter
because counsel opened the door to it.
Oh, come on. It wasn't more than 5 minutes of testimony. It doesn't matter. It could have been 30 seconds. And that's enough. I mean, it's just hearing that about the fact that this family is being harassed and she's very emotionally affected. Like that doesn't, like, the length of the testimony doesn't matter. It's the fact that it came in at all.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So, Ms. Giannetti, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated. So I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You've made your record. Your motion's denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good
Okay.
Lord.
So let's bring in the jurors.
If she gets convicted, if Karen Reed gets convicted, expect an appeal on that issue. That's what I would totally expect an appeal on that issue. I disagree with this decision by the judge entirely.
Please.
So, but I mean, obviously, if she's acquitted, then there's no need for an appeal. But yeah, oh, I don't like that decision personally. All right, so now we're waiting for the jury to come in. Jury's back. Fast forward, fast forward.
Before the Honorable
There we
First
go.
Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, within before the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated. Court now in session.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? Yes, no. Thank you very much. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, may we have Mr. Albert, please?
Step on it.
All right, here we go.
Did you solemnly swear the evidence here, the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
You didn't speak to your parents?
No.
You didn't speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said?
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. You spoke with Mr. Lally.
Okay. Yes.
It's not okay. It's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that he may have just not been prepared for that question and wasn't thinking about what exactly he was asking. I'm not trying to be an apologist for this witness, but that's just the impression that I have. He's getting right on the stand just right off the bat, getting grilled pretty quickly by Alan Jackson. So, but hey, fair enough, right? All's fair in love and war sometimes. Also, Marcus Stenberg, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member, supporting the channel. Welcome to Bite Club. Very happy to have you here. Hope you can join us on Saturday for our members only live stream.
You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago. I'd say.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did he go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Probably.
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
No.
How long have you been thinking about this case?
I guess since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Who else?
And is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
Do you remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about your the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Correct.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
No.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified yesterday?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could it have been a year ago?
I do not remember.
Could have been 5.
Folks in the chat mentioning the fact that he's like a 20-year-old that doesn't have social media. How weird is that?
No.
Oops. Well, keep in mind, he may have had social media at some point, but decided to close it down, probably due to this case. Like that wouldn't surprise me. Whether he did something or not, I think that's wise. Honestly, like even if for no other reason, but just for his own like mental health, that's probably a very wise thing in light of this whole case. So to me, I'm not surprised that he doesn't have social media at all.
Okay. So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you have no independent recollection as you sit here, the last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin about any subject.
No, I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember?
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Mm-mm. No.
No?
No. Sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand, there might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, Yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall.
He's talking about cross examination. It seems that he's pointing out what we've noticed about a number of witnesses, or what seems to be the case with a number of witnesses. That when you get stumped, just say I don't recall or I don't know. Interesting. That's fun.
Because your memory is that bad, you literally don't recall the last time you spoke with Colin.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you were not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember 2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m., correct? Down to the minute.
Correct.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't. You're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
Around a month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
I don't know.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just.
All right, sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
So if your father received a phone call and then told you you need to go to the DA's office to meet with Mr. Lally, that would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, correct?
I wouldn't say so, no.
You wouldn't categorize that as such?
No.
Okay. Because of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
Didn't mention that to your mom.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting
No.
about this massive murder case?
Objection.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
Stand on relevancy. Ask it differently.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
Okay. You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday. It's a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday.
Before yesterday, had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, had you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Really quick, Tony Khan, thank you so much for the super chat saying I don't remember to base questions isn't smart. I agree. I definitely agree. Also, I did forget to mention this at the beginning of the stream, but if you guys are enjoying our coverage of this trial, if you've been watching the recaps and the live streams or some mixture of those, please do hit the like button. It does help us to get more visibility out on the YouTube algorithm space. And yeah, super simple, but the best way you can help out the channel is to hit that like button. Thanks, guys.
that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
Don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No.
Did he ask you about any videos that you've ever posted?
No.
Did he ask you about any comments you've ever made online?
Nope.
Any photos you've ever been in?
No.
Any fights you've ever been in?
Nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many times would you say over the years?
4 or 5, maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
When you say not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we were more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach?
Okay.
I have a photo I'd like to show Mr. Lally first. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at that photo and tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know after you studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
So the objection sustained as to the content of the bill. Did you want to come to sidebar and explain this to me?
Okay. Gonna fast forward.
Thank you.
Also, before they do this, let's get some questions in here. SSS, the attorneys always ask permission to approach. Is it just habit or is it ever refused? It is sometimes refused. If the attorney is trying to do something that's like procedurally improper, for example, the judge might be like, whoa, hold on. What are you trying to do here? And then maybe they'll have a sidebar and talk it out or something like that. Also if the attorney is like really going off the rails and I don't know, say being extra aggressive and like this is just like a blatant attempt to try to intimidate the witness. I mean, there are things that can happen. And there's a reason why these procedures are in place. And it's not just for like having old rules in place in courtrooms. If you watched, for example, the Rust Armorer trial, actually, no, not even that. If you're familiar with the flying felon, this is a guy who during his sentencing hearing for a crime that he had already been convicted of. It was something like petty assault or something like that. Relatively small. For some reason, he thought it was a wise decision to, as the judge was about to give him jail time, to leap over the desk and then leap over the bench and literally start assaulting her in a very horrible way. It was absolutely horrific. It made news months ago. Anyhow, that's a reason why that's one reason why there are some of these like rules in place, is because courtroom safety is very important. Some people get very heated. Some people get, passions get inflamed, understandably so. A lot of important decisions are made in courtrooms. So there are a number of ways in which they sort of try to maintain that safety. That's one of them, right? Obviously they've got bailiffs, they've got, security. They've got security at the courthouse and all kinds of things like that. But that's kind of like a more like, I guess, traditional sort of aspect to that, not just part of like the tradition of law. Marion Patera question, would there be any repercussions for the prosecution if it turned out that they did in fact coach their witnesses? Yeah. I mean, there's a potential professional responsibility implication there. So there's sanctions, possibly a number of things. 40 Doherty question: do you think these witnesses have been prepped too well or coached to lie, i.e., advised to deny and say they don't remember too much, fight too hard, stick to their guns too hard? I think that I will say I'm not fully convinced that there have been no conversations among them about the case and about like what to do on the stand. You know, a lot of these, I will say that a lot of these have their own lawyers, right? I think all of the main characters in this case have their own attorneys. From a few of them have referenced having their own attorneys in this case, like, you know, Brian Albert Jr., Colin referred to having an attorney for himself as well. Not uncommon where there is, you know, another like counter accusation at this whole group of people that could have some criminal implication, could have some civil liability implication. So it's not unreasonable to for them to have hired their own legal counsel to help, you know, guide them in this whole process. It could be that they had separate conversations with their attorneys, and that their attorneys advise them, you know, on like how to approach certain things. But I don't know, where somewhere along the line it seems like there was this common advice that was given to these witnesses that, you know, if you're ever stuck, just say I don't recall. Say you don't remember, say you don't know. Because that seems to be a common thing. That, and also, can you rephrase the question? You know, a lot of times there are some natural ways for someone to communicate that they don't understand a question. But like one of those is by saying like, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. Like, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, can you rephrase that? But the fact that everyone has repeated, can you rephrase, can you rephrase, can you rephrase? It does feel like this is some common advice that was given among all of these. Maybe that was organic, that they each have individual attorneys, and each of those individual attorneys, you know, said that that's something that can be said to communicate that you didn't quite catch what was being asked of you. Or I don't know, maybe there were some conversations that were being had that, you know, they're not really fessing up to here. I don't know, maybe. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, ex-DEA agent Sean McDonough said that Brian Albert, the ex-cop, was well known to fight other cops he didn't like while drunk. Do you or anyone in the chat know about that? I know nothing about that. But that's very interesting. Baz 80s. Can you explain what the motion from the defense was for? I don't understand what they were asking for exactly. That was yesterday on the stand, Allison McCabe, one of the witnesses that testified yesterday, she ended up talking on redirect about the harassment that her family has seen and that she's seen and this kind of stuff. And that Colin has experienced as well. And there was like this whole emotional breakdown that happened. And I do think that it was a sincere emotional response. However, normally that's something that should be kept out of trial, very, very vigorously kept out of trial. However, the judge determined that the defense had opened the door by going over the fact that the screenshots that she had provided in court very recently, that she didn't provide those before a certain time and place. And so her reason for that was she provided them when she did because of the fact that you know, they were getting this harassment and that kind of thing. So the whole motion was trying to get that struck from the record and to get an instruction to the jury to disregard it. And the judge ruled against him. Alrighty. And also a couple more questions here, and then we will move on. I promise. Baz 80s, I missed the breakdown yesterday. Do you know when your recap will go up? Thank you for the streams. You're so welcome. It is so the recap for day 12 is ongoing. I can't give an exact time on when it's going to be up. However, it will be today, for sure today. All right. And also one more, Carolyn V. Is it normal for witnesses to have been on group Zooms? Like a few of them have mentioned. Seems weird to me. It seems weird to me too. It feels weird. So yeah, and Jillian Simonoto, this is important too. When I prep my witnesses, I always stress adamantly that they need to answer truthfully and reasonably on cross, and make it clear that we can clear up any confusion on redirect. This is abysmal. Yes, exactly. See, that's the thing too, is that like a really good, well-prepped witness, I should say, a very well-prepped witness will understand the procedure of what's going to happen on direct, what's going to happen on cross, what's going to happen on redirect, and how on cross-examination, you're going to get grilled, you're going to get asked yes or no questions, and you're only going to be able to really answer yes or no. And a lot of those are going to leave you feeling in an uncomfortable place. However, on redirect, I, the attorney that is, representing your side, will have an opportunity to come up and clean those things up and contextualize and basically like make you look good again. So a witness that feels comfortable with the lawyer, that trusts the lawyer, will understand that, okay, come redirect, they're gonna come and help me out here, because like cross-exam is like really, really, really tough. So witnesses that don't trust the attorney, however, are gonna try to fight on their own. They're not gonna allow for that space for the attorney to come in and sort of clean up afterwards. We've seen in some cases, like the Johnny Depp case, for example, that was a fantastic example of a witness and client who had a lot of uncomfortable stuff come out on cross-examination. And yeah, Johnny Depp did fight on some things here and there. However, he let a lot of things just sit. Because he understood, my lawyers are going to come back on redirect and they're going to clean this up. And they did. And it was way stronger for it. All right. A couple more questions. Sonia asked a question. If the jury says KR is innocent, could she sue the Albert family for defamation? No, I don't think so, because the origin of these claims come from criminal charges, which has there's immunity related to that. Larry Huffing, I mean, unless there are some specific things that they say that are outside the context of like the court proceedings. Yeah. So, but generally speaking, like what we've seen so far now, like default now. Larry Huffing, question: with Colin claiming I can't recall on almost all the defense questions, can't they impeach him with bad memory issues? How is he reliable? How reliable is he as a witness? Well, here's the thing. The jury is probably going to take note of that as well. So the jury is likely going to, and that's one of the reasons why I think Alan Jackson flagged that too, for the jury to kind of pay attention, like, hey, you got some cross-examination going on here, right? Direct exam, you were super precise, you were on point, you remembered everything. Now you're not remembering much of anything, are you? So the jury is also going to take note of it. So like, I don't think that procedurally they really need to do anything to impeach him. He's kind of doing that to himself by falling back on, I don't recall, I don't know, I don't remember, I don't recall. So typically juries are paying attention to that kind of thing. Like if you look at, jury interviews after any kind of a case, particularly, criminal cases, but also civil cases, anytime there is a juror who is willing to speak to the media, like immediately afterwards, like the way that they talk about the case is like, hey, I was looking at both sides and there was just this part right here that just, really, really spoke to me. And they're actually typically quite reasonable. Of course, there's like, jury misconduct and things like that can happen. But like for the most part, they're looking for it, and they're looking for like their BS meters to go off one way or another. And how credible does someone seem? They're using their eyeballs and their earballs as well. So, alrighty. I think that is everything. Okay, let's continue with the testimony here.
Mr. Albert, approximately when was that photograph taken?
Objection.
We can get that, but We'll answer that question.
10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yeah, that
Correct.
seems
So
pretty
when
relevant.
you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger. It was
Mhm.
10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
Person on the far left,
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that
I will say, I've never heard of a ring bearer that ever has any say in whether or not they're going to be a ring bearer. It's always the parents that decide, whether they're going to be one or not. So it doesn't really speak to his own personal connection necessarily. However, it does speak to the connection of their families for sure, because I mean, at our wedding, the ring bearers were my nephews, right? And the flower girls were my nieces. If we didn't have any nieces and nephews, like the massive baseball team of nieces and nephews that I've got in my family, then we would have found like the kids of some of our best friends to be like ring bearer and flower girl. So like it speaks to the closeness of the families for sure.
a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
All right. Discussing the photo. Boppity booping, moving along. Time traveling.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want you to look at that one more time. Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family.
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for most special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to get the date?
Sure, yeah.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Half expected him to say no. It wouldn't refresh my memory.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Take a look at paragraph 1. It's in the middle of the paragraph. If you'll just read that to yourself, please. You got that?
Yeah.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes,
2023?
yes,
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator that interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
No.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I need a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at this, and I'm going to direct your attention to line 18 and 19 of that transcript. Let me know when you've reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor.
When
That's
you
what that
just
question
looked at a
was about.
report for.
You just read.
I still don't remember.
Do you recall that it says that you testified? Question: how long
Objection.
did the interview last for?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview? You understand what I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was it hostile and accusatory?
No way.
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was being nice, right?
Professional, I'd say.
Because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly and cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
Did you find that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
You made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
He questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He He didn't ask to take your phone away from you?
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you?
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place, those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who
repeat?
else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three of you.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
May I have that, please?
All right. We are continuing on.
May I inquire you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct? Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay, you were put under oath, you appeared with your lawyer, you gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second.
Correct.
But when you met with Michael Proctor, you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Correct.
I mean, if you're going to grab a buddy and say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're going to text him, probably not call
Either or.
him. Okay. But texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Alan. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Alan.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is a copy of 81. I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach? I need to use the Elmar instead of.
Okay. Is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
May I have that back?
I thought you meant approach over here. Do you want the Commonwealth to pull it? Mr. Jackson, do you want the Commonwealth to pull it up for you?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. It's fine.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Can I approach the witness? Just to
Yes.
get a hard copy? Okay. You see what's displayed on the screen?
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Albert, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now, is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier, and then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off, and there was an exchange back and forth, is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string, that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says okay. You see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn, and you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Interesting. Good work, defense. Good work, defense, because that is a big gap. And texting is typically the number one way of communicating for him, as he testified. It's very common for people his age to communicate primarily by text. I wonder if there's going to be on redirect something about like, well, during that period of time, we were communicating mostly on Snapchat or something along those lines. But I mean, I don't know. Jury might look at that and be like, well, you know, I mean,
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
so yeah, I mean, maybe. Jury's going to look at it however they're going to look at it. But that's good on defense for pointing that out.
you were well aware of, thank you. We can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
Okay, so I had a feeling that there was going to be some kind of a response. I thought maybe it was going to be coming up on redirect, but I mean, hey, he's responding right here on cross-examination to say, look, you know, we text, but those texts are not just on iMessage; it's across a number of platforms to include Snapchat, iMessage, etc. So okay, so maybe the jury's going to look at that and be like, not a big deal. I don't know. We'll see.
So is there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say. Between platforms texting?
You switched platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You just
Objection.
don't remember.
Objection.
He didn't rephrase it. He just asked the
it
same
differently,
thing.
Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Alan McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, hours, and days and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Allie, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
I'm not sure.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at, and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Allie McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question. When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes, Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Probably not.
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if he could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Probably not.
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time, it'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. You can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buknik, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buknik when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buknik if he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him. He'd have to get it from your dad.
Do not remember that.
you remember Trooper Buchnick agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him?
Don't remember that.
You don't remember giving, you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buchnick a copy of that screenshot,
No, I don't remember.
because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's cross-examnesia. That's how it feels. I mean, hey, maybe he really doesn't remember. Maybe he, this is just information that has fallen out of his brain. But it is convenient that every time he's coming under pressure, especially more intense pressure by the defense, he seems to not remember. And that feels like it's a bad case of cross-examnesia.
I'll withdraw. To this day, you have never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent, have you?
Nope.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
You were shown a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Yeah. Mr. Lally showed you that photo,
Correct.
and he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February 2022 about you, your face, your hands, fists, nothing, right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
You and I have two documents I'd like to mark for identification, but with the court's permission, show to Mr. Lally.
Okay.
1 and 2.
Thank you.
Gonna see some injuries here, perhaps.
Okay.
Present these to the witness.
Yes.
May we approach?
I may as well see them. I'll end up seeing them at your house.
Okay. We are going to fast forward. Time travel. Come on. Man, this is a bit of a longer one. Okay.
So you're putting it in evidence before you display it?
Sure. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Mr. Lally. Please do. Sir, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Fenway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
Okay. May I publish the
Put it into evidence
Sorry.
first.
Move for the admission of just EE.
So you need to get it to the court reporter.
I'm sorry, just FF. May I approach?
Yes.
EE or FF?
Let me have it. FF.
Okay, give it to Madam Court Reporter to put the exhibit number on it.
The exhibit 85, Your Honor. Thank you. Excuse me,
May I?
Yes.
You see that photograph that's being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort, or just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
Okay. I want you to take a look at your right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo, correct?
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
Not sure what you mean by
You
that.
couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo is completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Mr. Albert? We can lights up.
I was at a party, my house party, my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
A beer.
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you,
I would love to have Jess the MD back on specifically for that explanation. If you guys saw early on in this case, I think it was actually week 1. It was either week 1 or week 2. We had Jess the MD on to talk about some of the paramedic stuff, that the testimony that had come up. And she had some really interesting insights. But I feel like if you're going to catch yourself, my instinct, my layperson response, obviously not a medical expert in any sense of the imagination. When you catch yourself, every time I have fallen and caught myself, you do it with an open palm, typically, not with a fist. That's my experience. I don't know, folks might disagree. Let me know in the chat or in the comments if you disagree. If you've had experiences where you caught yourself with a closed fist and that you landed on your knuckles like that, because to me, it seems like the palm would be you're more likely to have like springiness to land on to break your fall. And, as opposed to like directly on your hard knuckles, like that's a really hard way to land. I feel like you could really break your knuckles that way. I don't know. That to me is a weird explanation, but maybe it's possible. All right. Well, maybe I'm going to take note of that one and see if we can have Jess the MD come back to talk about that at some point.
you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
Okay. So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt?
Yes.
And you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Also, did you guys hear Lally get tipped off on that objection? I feel like that was maybe his co-counsel was like, object to that one because it was argumentative.
Didn't you put your palms down when you fell?
No.
You felt your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I agree. That's a
Those
little.
injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot.
I don't know about that
like the
one.
type of Injuries that you would get in a
Objection,
fight.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
And in this case, when you fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top 4 knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
You box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
You ever practice boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls.
Nope.
Not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say yeah.
Yeah. When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles looked like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase it. Any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
There you go.
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
I want to know, like, did you injure your wrist at all? Did you like, I don't know, like, was there any swelling? When exactly was that house party? Because did he say that? And I missed that detail. Maybe I need to go back to get that detail. But like, how soon was that prior to when this photo was taken? Because there could have been some kind of swelling, perhaps, or I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, we got it.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Yeah, I mean, come on. That's even more suspicious than the prior bit.
You said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video? You threatened that you're going to.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm familiar with this.
Oh, that was spicy. That was super spice. Okay, let's time travel again. Is this going to be a bit of a longer sidebar? Let's see. Okay, let's see when they come back.
Wasn't early enough for me to get you coffee and bagels. I apologize for that, but we'll be a little bit. So we'll send you out for the morning recess.
Ooh, is there going to be argument?
Follow me.
Maybe we're going to get some argument here. Yeah, we're going to get a voir dire on a video. Oh, we're going to see that video where he mentioned something about threatening. Ooh, is this going to be spicy? Okay.
Thank you, maybe seated.
So, Mr. Albert, you stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos, and then Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go
Yeah.
back.
Okay.
Okay?
What kind of Boston tea are we going to get
Did
here?
you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. So the first one, are they both on the same? They're separate.
I separated us.
All right.
That's interesting, by the way, the fact that his lawyer is not present for his testimony. Usually when a witness does have an attorney that they've separately hired, they're usually there for their testimony in the courtroom, or at least like nearby. This is a tiny courtroom, so maybe they couldn't sit actually in the courtroom for this, but like right outside to be called in for anything that comes up.
So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand,
Bring it up.
I'll call advantage.
Okay.
That would be GG for identification.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Draco Amy, is it voir dire or voir dire? It depends on where you are in the United States. I've talked about this before. So I went to law school in Texas, and in my advocacy classes, I remember they were like, well, even in Texas, it depends on whether you're in state court or you're in federal court. If you're in state court, it's voir dire, voir dire, voir dire. If you are in federal court, however, it is voir dire. That was what Professor Tracy McCormick, our awesome advocacy instructor, told us. She was great. But so regionally, it makes a difference. In California, it's always voir dire. In Boston, Massachusetts, going to be voir dire, probably. So yeah.
The one in my left hand, with the court's permission, this is, I'll call this bang bang.
That would be HH for identification.
All right. Thank you. All right. So play GG first, please.
Is it called GG? Because
Yes,
it's going to be a good game afterwards.
Yo, your vintage boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Ooh.
Okay. And the next one, please.
You're a vintage, bro. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Pussy. Yeah. You go, boy, you be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
Okay.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take those two videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang video. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school, around.
Where were you?
Don't remember.
Okay,
Where?
so your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination, you've never been in a fight.
No.
Indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
Oh my God. We've had some questions about language in the courtroom, because of course, like for us, for our purposes on YouTube, we try to censor these things in the chat and in the comments. But if I'm an attorney that is in the courtroom, that is in this kind of a position, I'm using the full word. And why? Because it's the truth. So, these things have to be unvarnished. And so this is the defense attorney giving the full court press on like, no, you said it in the video, say it here. It's uncomfortable here. You got to say it. I'm sorry, because it's the truth.
That would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass,
Oh my God.
was that a friendly invitation?
No,
That was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
Ugh.
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it. But if someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just shouted it across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up, I will beat your ass, that's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right,
Yeah.
so that
Well,
I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing.
Yeah, that's just him being argumentative.
Were you threatening these advantage boys, guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you
Kinda,
threatening them with violence?
kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
Explain that to me.
I'm not sure, like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah,
Pull up, bitch. Right?
yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Those same advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening them yet again a second time.
Yeah,
What does pull up mean?
like come by.
Yeah, meaning get over here.
Mhm.
Right?
Yep,
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up. Right?
yeah,
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down. Correct?
correct,
That was your threat to them.
correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the advantage boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been this same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that.
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay. So you changed your shirt on the same night. You just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around, yeah.
All right. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
Do not
Ooh.
remember.
Uh-oh.
July 27th, 2023. Do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
Do you remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Oh no.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
Well, that's a student.
I'll rephrase that. My apologies.
Oh no. Oh no. And that's in July. There's no slippery driveway to catch himself on. Oh man. Oh, that's really bad. Did he this time like trip when he went hiking in a stream or something like that? I don't know. Like what's the reason for all of these strange times that he happens to maybe catch himself on his knuckles multiple times, but only his right hand? Oh no.
Your Honor, you were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Oh, that's so
Correct.
And you claimed at that time Well, let me back up for a second and ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Correct.
You said, I must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag. Yeah.
Just working out, right?
Okay, folks that have done a lot of boxing with with like the heavy bags, that kind of stuff. I've done some kickboxing classes and some like boxing classes for a while. In my experience with those classes, we always wrapped our hands for it. So I've never done it with like bare knuckles. I feel like though you don't end up with like scratches on your knuckles when you do that because it's a heavy bag, but it's still pretty soft. I mean, you know what I mean? So it's like, you can end up with like swelling on your wrists and your hands and your arm. And, I remember like dealing with some issues with that when I was like getting used to it. But like I've never experienced like damage to knuckles. That seems strange to me, but I might that just might be outside of my experience and someone might have knowledge. So folks, please let me know. Yeah, please. Oh, that's a good point. Craig Tracy. Yeah, you can mess your knuckles up, but you'd have them on both hands. That's a very good point. That's true because when you are boxing with a heavy bag like that, you're going at it with both. Interesting. So, yeah, okay. Cam depends on where the heavy bag is. It could be in his basement. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Interesting.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I don't know. Not
That's
sure.
all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
I thought he was 17 during when all this happened. So like 1 year.
And as far as within those videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year,
Correct.
and relatively close to each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so, as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids, or what their names were, or anything like that?
Not at all.
But you had their contact information.
And was there ever any sort of physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Do you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further on.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I, very briefly? You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe. I'm not sure
Oh,
Sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022. 21, 22.
uh-oh.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
They have Maria.
Yes.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we could make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of the car.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that back room.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that
Sorry, I'm going to pause real quick. Folks, we've got a poll going already for, guilty, not guilty. I want to keep that going. But if you're in the chat, I want to know what you guys think as to whether or not, and pause, don't say anything until I'm finished saying this. So whether or not you think that these videos are going to get in. If you think the videos are going to get in, put a Y in the chat. If you don't think they're going to get in, that they'll be let in, put an N in the chat. I want to see what folks think.
he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire.
Understood.
Okay,
Understood.
so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true. But in front of the jury, he said, "I've never been in a fight."
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood. Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. His arm draped over his aunt. He's with his mom, looking very family-oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, "I want you to take a look at your face, your hands, and your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that?" That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, "I've never been in a fight." Those two videos belie that testimony. There is no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person that was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third-party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to Bowden, but yes, it also goes to our third-party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe, this should be a focus of the jurors' attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this, that evidence points to, that may have done this? Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that, it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
Very smart of them to do that. That's very smart of them to tie their argument not just to the third party culprit evidence, but also to the failure to investigate. The reason for that is because the third party culprit argument is something that they are having an uphill battle that to be able to put forward. They really have to fight in order to be allowed to argue the third party culprit issue. However, they are able to argue this failure to investigate argument all day and every day and twice on Sunday, because I mean that's a very basic argument for any criminal defense, and there's been a lot of evidence for that in this case. So that's very, very smart of him to make that argument, to tie it to both of those, particularly the failure to investigate, because it's a stronger argument for him. Sorry, 1683, like the stream if Alita is the best time lord. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please do like it. It does really, really help us. Also, Matt Wood, thanks so much for the super chat. Why did the screenshot of Colin's text not have gray bubbles around the text he sent? Does this make sense to anyone else? I know folks have been pointing out a lot of things about the text bubble, on the left side, being all white as opposed to gray. And then also some things about alignment with the timestamps, that they're not quite aligned. And then the dates, how there's like an extra comma after the year for one of them. Folks have been pointing that out, but I think that I've also seen some people, kind of pulling out their phones and looking at some of these things and noticing that it was fine the other way. I don't know. So there, I've seen some back and forth on it, but it's reasonable to have questions about it. I mean, these things should be questioned to a certain extent. And I've got some questions here in the chat about what do I think? Do I think that these are going to be brought in? Well, so they've got to make a showing that this is going to be more probative than prejudicial, that it's not a waste of time. It's not like doing this like little mini trial for nothing. I want to hear the prosecution's argument, like counter argument, before I make a decision on this, but I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that at this point, this is pretty relevant to rebut the idea that he had never been in a fight, the idea that he had never been, because I think that, if he had never said those things on the stand, this probably wouldn't be able to come in, because it would be character evidence to say that, this witness is not just a witness, but he should be implicated because he has a tendency to get in fights. That is considered character evidence and it can't come in. However, there is an exception to that when it's used to rebut a statement that has already been said by the other side. So there are ways that it can get in because of that. And I think there's good reason for this to come in, but I want to hear all of the arguments though.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, bears no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer.
Well, I think even assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There is no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile...
I mean, there is a fair point here that there is a distinction between words and violence, right? Words and actions, that you can talk a big game and then end up being all bark and no bite. But that may go to weight as opposed to admissibility.
Beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town. There's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence.
But I don't agree that what he's saying here about that there's no evidence of any physical altercation. There is evidence. It's just a question of is that the actual reason for the knuckles being damaged, both in that photo and at the hearing. There's two instances of his knuckles only on his right hand, his dominant hand, being injured. So his explanation for both of those is different. But how there I think that there is reason to call those explanations into question. To me. Okay, Steve, I'm going to disagree with you here. There's no evidence of a fight. That's not true. There is evidence of some kind of an altercation. And the question is there enough evidence to conclude that there has been a fight, that there has been an altercation? So there's a difference between saying no evidence at all and enough evidence to make a conclusion. So, is it enough evidence that a jury would conclude that those like injured knuckles are from a fight? I don't know. That's kind of up to the jury to make that decision, in my opinion. And that, to me, whenever we say, we have that kind of an indication, to me, that speaks to weight as opposed to admissibility. Weight of the evidence, meaning that it's up to someone to have an opinion on what exactly that evidence tells us, as opposed to admissibility.
That there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but divert the jury's attention away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
May I begin briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten to death. He's got two black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face. And
I wonder if he's also going to bring up the fact that one of the officers did testify. And I know someone had mentioned this, and I had saved it. Wait, let me see if I can find it. Yes, Life on Makeup. Didn't one of the first responders say it looked like John had been in a fight? Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to bring that up, because there is testimony to that John O'Keefe looked like he had been in a fight. So tying a physical fight, a physical altercation to his death is something that seems like it could be done potentially. But is there enough evidence to make that conclusion? That's a question for the jury to determine.
we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence and present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate.
Choice of words, Mr. Jackson. They can knock themselves out. That's just, I mean, that's funny. Just because, thanks so much for the super chat. There's no evidence of anything in this case. Lally projecting so hard. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
The state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay, so may I have those 2 flash drives, please? Yes, no, I was asking them. All right, so why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and then we'll come out.
Ooh, she's going to think about it. She's not making a decision on the fly. We shall see. All right. As the fan spins, I think that we are probably going to get almost caught up with this recess. Oh, actually, now we're caught up. Okay. Let's get some questions while we wait, shall we? Okay. Oh, we've got a lot of questions. All righty. Sonia SS question. If the jury says that KR is innocent, could she sue the Albert family for defamation? Oh, we already got that. I'm so sorry. Okay. Larry Huffin, I'm sorry. Question with Colin claiming, I can't recall in almost all the defense questions. Can't they impeach him? Oh, we also answered this one. Hang on a second. Let me review these for a second because I guess I just didn't unstar these. And okay. Okay. Daniel Nagy, do you know why there's no mic at the defense stand, but there is one in front of the prosecution? There is a mic on both sides. I don't know if it's just not visible or something, but there is a mic on both. Olivia Shui question, who is a guy sitting by himself at a little table behind the defense? I think that might be a tech guy, like a guy that's helping with putting the exhibits on the screen, I think, but I'm not 100% certain. 40 Doherty question, Lally's not allowed to talk to them about their testimony in the middle of it, but can their personal lawyers? Yeah. They I mean, yes, they can. Brittany Chanel. Oh, I think you asked this a second time. I'll get this the second time around. Isn't all the objections helping the defense? It seems like all the objections are making it seem like the prosecution are hiding something. So that's the thing about objections, is that there is such a thing as overdoing it with objections. And the thing is, everything that the attorneys are doing creates an impression for the jury one way or another. So it can be about competence. It can be about, what it is that you want or don't want them to see, things like that. Like they're gonna develop some sort of impressions from these things over time. And one of the things is that there is, like I said, such a thing as over objecting, and the danger starts to accumulate, in my opinion, when the attorney is objecting so many times and tends to get overruled on a lot of their objections. So it's like the win-loss ratio is it can definitely play a role, because if you're objecting and you're succeeding, then that signals to the jury like you are objecting for proper reasons, and the judge is agreeing with you. We got some sound in the courtroom. But if you tend to lose on those objections and it just seems strange that you're objecting,
I actually will see counsel at Zappa. I wasn't sure this was coinciding.
Okay. We got a sidebar. If the attorney is losing on a lot of objections and it just feels like they're just interrupting, the jury is going to start will start making, conclusions, impressions about that. Like, either A, you're just trying to disrupt and it's annoying and I don't like it. Get out of the way. I want to hear the information. Or B, what are you trying to hide here? Right? Like, what is it about this that is uncomfortable for you? Those things can come up in the jurors' minds.
Jim,
So yeah, in my opinion, I think that there's a lot of objections here that
actually they'll need to be passed down to me.
that don't need to be happening.
Sorry.
All right. M. DeLorean, about tipping off the phone. What if Brian is innocent but still had shady evidence about other cases on his phone? Would that be admissible outside this trial or even reason to arrest him?
The witness can take the stand, please.
It would not be, well, so you mean like other criminal activity, I think? Like there was other criminal activity that he got caught up in. I mean, yeah, if there is a valid search that happens and the police find evidence of other crimes, that can result in other, indictments, criminal charges and things like that. This is there's examples of this with when the police knock on someone's door, because they have a question about one particular issue. They open the door and they see in plain sight a bunch of stuff that looks like criminal activity that can turn into a valid search warrant and more, and it can turn into a whole other case. So yeah, I mean it wouldn't necessarily be admissible in this trial because of relevance issues. But yeah, I mean, otherwise that could result in other stuff. Baz 80s, I meant, is he being put forward as a second suspect? I can't remember the proper word. I'm sorry, I don't remember your previous question. But I think Colin is one of these third party culprits that they are putting forward as a theory. Draco Amy, question: have you ever heard of chess boxing? Apparently that's a thing. I've heard of it. I've never watched it though. Janet G, so when they step out, do they meet with someone or sitting by themselves? I think if they have an attorney present that's like their own attorney, they can probably talk to them. But other than that, probably sitting by themselves is my guess. Dionysia Jaclo, what do you think? Yeah, I think the videos should come in. I do at this point. Bora Bora, what would be the basis for the judge denying the video into evidence? It would have to do with not being tied closely enough to actually getting to answering the material issues of this case. The judge would deny it because it's just too remote and too prejudicial, more prejudicial than probative. Could be because it's basically like, it's like, impermissible character evidence that the defense has not properly opened the door on, or that he hasn't properly opened the door himself for the defense to explore this. Those are some of the reasons why the judge might deny it. Sophie 1518, I joined the stream late, so maybe it's already been asked and answered. How is it not lying if you say I don't remember when you start getting nervous? That was during the cross-examination of Colin. I mean, it depends on if someone actually doesn't remember, right? But how can anyone know if they're not inside someone's brain? However, there can be the appearance that they're lying for sure if they seem to be over relying on it. Ahmed El Gonami, I hope that's how you say it. A question: if Karen gets an acquittal, how does the investigation move forward? Are they obliged to reopen the case? They're not obliged to do really much of anything. But there is a federal investigation that's also ongoing. I don't know too much about it, but I mean, I don't know. I think that's also independent of the results of this case, regardless if she gets convicted or acquitted. I think that the feds are going to do what the feds are going to do with what they're investigating. Mew Mew, Legalbytes have got to know because all these lawyers are so colorful. Who is your favorite? I've got to say Alan Jackson. I love his cross-examination style. I love it. Yanetti's also really good. I think that, you know, if I were to work alongside and learn from either of them, I think that would be fantastic, a wonderful opportunity that I would love to have. But like Alan Jackson, just his questions are always so crisp on cross-examination. Rob Inson, question: I've seen in other cases citations to previous cases given when having these discussions over evidence. There haven't been any in this. Oh, sorry, let me read that again. I've seen in other case citations to previous cases given when having these discussions over evidence. There haven't been any in this case. I mean, so they may. I think that some of the arguments in here have had references to case law. I can't remember what it was exactly. But I mean, the reason would be here because it's either not necessarily all that helpful, or because it's not necessary in this context. I don't. If there is a written motion that's included with whatever argument that they're making, they're generally going to cite to some case law for sure. But sometimes in the moment arguments, it's just you're just arguing on logic and reasoning. Sometimes. Michael Peterson, do the jury have access to the internet when they are not in court? They do. They go home, they see their families, they you know, kiss their kids or their spouses or their dog or cat. And they live a normal life. They're not you know, limited to or you know, required to stay away from the internet in general. But they are supposed to actively try to stay away from information about the case. So social media might not be the best place to be for a juror during this trial for all kinds of reasons related to that. Keeley, where do both Lally and Jackson fall within the spectrum of quality of lawyer in the US? Is one particularly good or bad? Could you rank them between 1 to 10, knowing that's subjective, of course? I mean, I hesitate to give like a definitive ranking on these. I will just say that there are things that have annoyed me with, you know, with Adam Lally's questioning and his style. You know, I've been very critical of him in a lot of places with his opening statements and I mean, and basically everything since then. But you know, at the same time, I also try to remind myself, like, look, I'm the one that's commenting on this trial. These guys are the ones that are actually, you know, in the stadium duking it out. They're the ones that are putting their butts on the line and allowing for all of this commentary on their work. So, yeah. Anyway, so I really hesitate to go that far into commentary of like who I like and who I dislike. But you guys can tell, you know, who I've given a lot of praise to and who I've been criticizing here and there. Rebecca Anderson, Legalbytes, is it not the job of the defense to raise evidence that supports their position and highlight reasonable doubt? Absolutely, 100%. That's the job. That's the job, and to do so zealously. All right. Okay. Let's get going.
And so I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has 2 marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With the court's permission, yes.
Okay. So let's wait a minute.
Sounds like she might be letting them in.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, they're coming in.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
Anytime he says you stand by that testimony, you know you're in for a roller coaster with Alan Jackson.
I'd like you to take a look at a video. It's been marked for, sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yo, your Benton's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes,
Who was that?
me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year when you previously, well, let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes,
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
yes,
You were asked about another video at the same time, correct?
correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct,
And that was under the oath,
correct,
same oath that you took here.
correct,
Closer in time to the events in question. And at that time, you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22, so 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you mean by, I'm gonna fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up.
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm gonna beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes,
That was a threat, wasn't it?
yes,
It was a threat against,
Now, I will say that the witness right now is under the circumstances doing the best thing that he could do, which is just, look, the jury has seen this video. They've seen exactly what they said. If he tries to say, no, that's not what I was saying, no, hemming and hawing and that kind of thing, that would do him even more damage. So what he's doing here is the best thing that a witness can do under the circumstances when he's been sort of caught in an uncomfortable place. It was something that I really criticized the testimony of Julie Albert, his mom, because there was some stuff that was like, come on, we all can see this, come on. And she was, trying to hem and haw in a lot of ways. So what he's doing here is actually, it's the best possible course in a crappy situation.
directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef or a problem.
correct,
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm gonna beat your ass, right?
correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
Benton's, bro. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. We go, boy, you be knocked out. Hey, yo, bang, bang.
The other thing here is the fact that there's it looks like there's a beer in his hand. So there's alcohol involved in this kind of thing. And the thing is, I don't know if the jury's going to take notice. I don't know if Alan Jackson's going to point it out, but he also testified that on the night of January 28th, he had been drinking. There wasn't any testimony about him swaying or slurring his speech or anything like that. But if the jury thinks that there's a connection between him drinking and getting becoming an aggressive Neanderthal, then that's also a pattern perhaps that they could extrapolate from that.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes,
You indicated, you're a bitch, bro, right?
correct.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
More of an insult?
Yeah, more of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
I mean, his enunciation of the words is just, I feel like he doesn't need to enunciate the words. Everybody hears them, but I mean, hey, this defense team also has a little bit of razzle dazzle to them.
And then you said KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang, bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out.
Correct.
And the bang, bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah, can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fist and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio, yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form, yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed,
Yes.
and it was your right hand that was busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd say, I'm not sure. I'd say they're equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Robert.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
But he didn't point out to them that it was only his right hand at the hearing that was busted up.
Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
Okay. Fast forward. Okay, let's see if maybe. Okay. There we go.
Adrian?
Yes.
Mr. Allen, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
I don't know. My definition of cousin is also cousins through marriage. So, I don't like that first question. That's meh.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Now, you testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any of those things, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct?
Correct.
And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions be?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners. Other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young is young?
Maybe saw him. I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13 years old.
And whereabout, or what was the context in which you would have seen him? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you have come into contact with him?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as a wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of the Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
Really quick here, Marcus Stenberg, thank you so much for the super chat. Can you object if testimony changes from voir dire? No, because voir dire is outside the presence of the jury, and so there are oftentimes questions that'll be asked that are not necessarily going to come in front of the jury, even if the judge has decided to allow certain things in. So no, I don't think so. Especially not on an objection anyway.
There are some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today. As far as sort of gap between January 28th and February, is that correct?
Correct.
Now,
sorry,
you
I forgot to
indicated
update
that
pin.
there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with? Is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you would communicate with?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that.
Exactly.
And the top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? The text before that, was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of.
Thank you.
That period of sort of January 28th into February, is that how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination, when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
You saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hands, Those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
And when you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing, taking classes, anything like that?
Never.
So it's something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
And you're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so, yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked about things about that February 26th photo at, I forget, it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again?
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16, I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct.
And this video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
An advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey
Nope.
at any point in time in high school?
Never.
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So
I just don't understand why, like how he says that they were unfamiliar and they never talked again, but they were in contact with each other through their devices. Like how did they get each other's contact information? I'm confused about that. Maybe that's just me being like an old millennial or something, but I'm like, how does that happen? Make it make sense.
do you recall which came first as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah. It was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had not, correct?
Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. Can you expound upon that? Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months.
Okay, so
Past year and a
again,
couple months, I'd say.
this harassment coming in.
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you lived?
Never.
Nothing further.
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albert, you all set. I think that piece of paper goes back to Mr. Jackson. Did you leave something with the witness stand?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Mr. Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Okay. Ooh, Matthew McCabe.
Step right up. Watch your step. Remain standing and face the court. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You take the stand. Ooh.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Matthew McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Be 20 years this coming June.
And during the time that you have lived in Canton, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
So where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to that?
Prior to that, you want the physical address?
Yes.
15 Sutcliffe Ave. I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, do you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Jennifer,
And how long have you and Jennifer McCabe met?
2022, so 23 years in August.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 49.
I'm sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your
Really quick here, Alborit. His wife is Julie Albert's sister. Yes, his wife is Jen McCabe, who is I'm sorry, not Julie Albert. His wife is Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe is Nicole Albert's sister. Nicole Albert is married to Brian Albert. Brian Albert's brother is Christopher Albert. Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert. I hope that makes sense. We need a flow chart here. We need a whole family tree. But that's the through line between all of these individuals. Right. Let me get some questions here before we proceed to the next witness. I realized I needed to do this. Haley Gonzalez, also, if that's the case, does the lawyer have a limit as to how often they are allowed to do so? Sorry, I've just realized I've never fully grasped this process. Oh, crap. Did I miss? I may have missed your first question. I'm so sorry. I'm going to save this. If you can repeat your first question, I am so sorry. I want to try to answer all of these. Haley Gonzalez, if you can re-ask that first one, I'll keep an eye out for it. Jerry Roth, do you think the judge allowed the videos in so she doesn't look biased? No, I think she did so for proper reasons. The Lucian, regarding testimony changing between voir dire in front of the jury, since it's still under oath and in record, the witness could be impeached on it, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's a prior statement. Firefly Bakery Sweets, question may be a dumb question, but do they let people who are lawyers be on a jury? Just curious, with lawyers knowing the law, if they let them be on a jury. So there's no like laws or like official rules that bar any attorney from being on a jury. However, they typically get struck by one side or the other because lawyers don't want lawyers on a jury. They don't want them because they are more likely to bring in their outside information, that knowledge and whatnot that they have about trials, about proceedings, questioning certain things in a different kind of way. It's more likely that they're going to bring that outside knowledge into the deliberation process. It's the same reason why if there's a medical malpractice case, you don't want doctors, you don't want nurses, you don't, like people that have outside knowledge, because you want the jurors to be using the universe of facts and arguments that you are presenting to them. It gives a little bit more control to the lawyers who are trying the case. Key Lay, if KR is acquitted, can she recoup any of her legal costs? No, that's the thing that's tough about being a criminal defendant in any case, is if you win, you get back to like the default of your life, except that you spent a lot of money on legal fees. Draco Amy, question: why is the witness passing things to the judge? It seems, I have to say, suspicious. I think that was an old exhibit or something that he had been handed, and so he was supposed to no longer have it in front of him anyway. So I didn't see any problem with it. Amanda, Legalbytes, does Lally have co-counsel that could also do direct and redirect? He does have co-counsel. I don't know anything about her except for her name, Laura McLaughlin, and I've heard some whispers from her, but there's not been any indication that she's. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she's going to do some cross-examination when it gets to the defense's case in chief. But so far with direct examination, she hasn't done anything on that front. Baz 80s. Question: how is the threats and harassment relevant to KR being guilty or not? So KR is they're trying to set up this argument that she not only did she not do it, but they know who did, and they've got a couple ideas as to who did it. And so one of those guys is Colin, and this idea of him oh, the threats and harassment though. Okay, sorry. Let me backtrack on that. It's not. It's not. However, the reason why it's been able to come in, at least, through Allison McCabe, especially, that was a reason for why she, gave the screenshot to someone at one point, is she said that she was responding to the frustrations over the fact that they had been harassed quite a bit. And, and she knew that there was a lot of pressure on the family and on Colin and whatnot because of these allegations and these threats and pieces of harassment. Here, I actually missed the question that was asked, because sometimes when Lally talks, I hear the Charlie Brown trumpet in my brain. But I missed what his question was, but the answer was, well, we've been harassed on this last redirect, well, we've been harassed and all this kind of stuff. Seems objectionable, but the court has so far let it in, saying that the defense has opened the door. I don't know if that means that the defense has opened the door as to every single witness, but perhaps. So it's really not relevant to her being guilty or not. but as an explanation for like, you know, how, like, you know, for their other actions, you know, around this case. That's how it's kind of come up and come in. All right, let me get some more questions here, and then I would like to move on to the testimony at some point. But hey, I want to get these questions and answers also. Okay, so Haley Gonzalez. No worries. I know they have done this a few times. This trial where the jury steps out. Is this so the lawyer can introduce new evidence or a line of questioning? Also, if that's not the case, does the lawyer have a limit as to how often they are allowed to do so? No. So the process of anytime they throw the jury out and then have, you know, argument or line of questioning or something, it's generally speaking going to be some sort of an argument about what it is that they are allowed to present to the jury, because they have to first decide whether this is something that the jury is allowed to see. And it comes down to, like, you know, is this going to be something that is ultimately going to be reliable and is going to actually aid the jury in making this determination? So, you know, or is it going to confuse the jury? It's issues like that are the reasons typically why, you know, there is this process of first figuring out, is this something that is allowed to be shown to the jury? So that's every time that the jury is required to step out. That's basically what they're getting at in this stuff. Or, I mean, there also was that one hearing for Turtle Boy, you know, being excused from the court or required to leave the court for particular testimonies. There's no reason for the jury to hear that. It's not at all relevant to what they are here for. So yeah. And is there a limit? No limit at all. All right. Lisa Amore, I'm kind of slow. Can you explain what impeaching a witness means in a criminal court case? Well, it's the same in a criminal case and a civil case. It basically just means that you are revealing to the jury that there's an inconsistency in this witness's statement. And anytime there's an inconsistency, it's not necessarily saying that the first statement is the correct one and the second statement is the incorrect one. But you can make that implication because, you know, Alan Jackson said previously, you know, with an impeachment, when he was like, you know, and you said in this hearing, which was a lot closer in time to the thing that happened, and, you know, your memory was more fresh, and, you know, he was kind of like flagging to the jury, that's the one you should listen to. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the first one is the one that's more accurate. It's just revealing that there's an inconsistency, and that is something that is going to impact the witness's credibility. How much it impacts their credibility is kind of up to the jury to decide, right? I mean, they're human beings. They're analyzing all this stuff the same way that we are in the moment, and they're going to come to their conclusions on the weight of that kind of stuff. Sheena Ford, NBC Boston website has an interactive map that shows how the witnesses are connected. I'm sure. I think also 13th Juror podcast, Brandy Churchwell, right? That's her last name. She's also got a number of flow charts for this kind of stuff too, which is super helpful. But yeah, that kind of stuff definitely exists. Daniel Nagy, it struck me that while Yannetti had to shout across the courtroom about the motion, but Lally's response was clearly audible as if he was talking into the mic. Okay. Also, Lally's objections can be heard much more clearly than defenses. It could just be that they're not talking into the mic when they're at the table. But they do have a mic. I have seen it. They do have a mic there. The Lucian, you're not alone. It's so hard to follow Lally. It's not helping my ADHD brain. It really isn't. And let's see. Couple more here. Potato Pirate, FYI, Google Karen Reed trial, interactive chart for relationship map. Thank you so much. And I think there was one more here. Okay, the Lucian question regarding the testimony of harassment by others out of court. And since it's presented as the reason Allie took that SS, wouldn't that be hearsay? No, because it's not offered for the truth of like what those people are saying when they're harassing them. It's the fact of people reaching out to them and communicating negative things to them. on a repeated basis. So the reason why it's being offered is more for the effect of the listener than anything else. So it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So that's, I know it's hearsay can often feel like a tricky thing, but if you break it down into those subparts of that definition, why is it being offered? That's a really important question to answer as to whether or not this actually is hearsay. Alrighty. Okay. Let's get on to the testimony.
Oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
And how long have you been doing that?
2009. So I think I'm coming on 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the kids. Homemaker.
If I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. You recall those days?
Yes, I do.
Recall what days of the week?
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on the Friday?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant in Canton before my daughter's basketball game.
And so on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did she play for at that time?
She played for Canton High School.
Is that the varsity game?
Yes.
And which of your daughters, as far as age is concerned, which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School at that time?
That would be my second oldest, who's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
my second oldest.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there, just in general?
Handful of folks that play whose daughters play basketball on the same team with my daughter.
So just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Yes, that's correct.
And was your wife Jennifer there with you at that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long were you at the Junction?
Game 6:30. Give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that game would start or game would be scheduled for?
Yes.
And what time is that, Jennifer?
Typically 6 or 6:30 would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or actually I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6 or 6:30.
So sometime around 6 or 6:30, you make your way over to the high school, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that, I mean, was this a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or if they won or anything like that?
Yes, it was, they were playing the town of Foxborough High School and they did not win. They went into overtime and lost.
Now, with respect to your wife, Jennifer, as the kids were growing up, what if anything, what if any relationship did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball?
It's grown as like the youth years. Jennifer was a basketball coach and coached throughout the years. Coached a couple of my daughters.
Sandy, thank you so much for the super chat. Very generous of you. Lita, congratulations on hitting 240K subscribers. Yay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, we hit 240. I'm hoping to make it to 250 at some point soonish. That'd be wonderful. So if you guys have not done so already, if you're enjoying the coverage and you want to see more stuff like this, definitely subscribe and see if we can get to 250 by the end of this trial. That would be amazing. So Sandy, thank you so much. And also like the stream if you haven't done so already. Thanks, guys.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing at the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Yes, that's correct.
So fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them, yes.
Now, when you get to Canton High School to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would congregate with while you're watching the game?
Yes, we'd sit up in the bleachers. Usually the parents from the home side would tend to sit in the same area.
So you sit there, you watch the game, game is over, and then what is sort of the plan from there, or where do you go?
After the game, I drove my younger two daughters back home.
So your whole family was there for the game, is that correct?
My wife and my two younger daughters. My older daughter was there. She wasn't with us, but she was there as well.
She was a student at Canton High School at that time as well?
Yes, she was.
So she's sitting with the other students, is that correct?
Yes, I'm assuming. I don't recall where she sat, but most likely with the other students.
Who cares? I'm sorry. Who cares? Who cares? None of this is relevant so far. None of this matters. None of this matters. It's all fluff. And the problem is folks are going to tune out, and how do you get them back? This is just, you know, I've said it many times. It's been a while since I pointed it out, but it's just, once again, come on, man, you're wasting our attention. We only have so much.
So you drove your two daughters home, and then where did you go from there?
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the waterfall in Canton Center.
And do you recall what you were just in one vehicle when you left the house and went to the junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the waterfall? Was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was the family vehicle. It was my wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it? I don't know if it was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget which one, what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV? Is it?
Yes, a large SUV.
And why did you go to the waterfall?
We went to the waterfall. My wife informed me that her sister was at the waterfall with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the waterfall for his birthday.
And
Also, Sandy, so kind and generous of you. 10 Legalbytes memberships. Thank you so much for gifting those. So let's see here. Mark Smith, Joanne, Stephen Horton, Louisa Sophie, Bronwyn W, Oompy, Karen Murray, Mark Mullins, Lugdor Krogan, Sarah Bahu. You've all been gifted memberships by Sandy. So thank you so much, Sandy, and welcome back to everybody for into Bike Club. Hope you guys can join us on Saturday for our members only, casual members only live stream on Saturday at 10 a.m. East Coast time.
just to be clear, as far as who we're talking about, your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And what's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
His name is Brian as well.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr., even if he's not.
Yes, I believe he's a junior, yes.
Now, with regard...
And Justin Gapper, welcome to Bike Club. Thanks so much for becoming a YouTube member. Love to have you here. Hope you can make it too on Saturday for the members only stream, 10 a.m. East Coast time.
Regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what if any communication was there amongst sort of the basketball parents that evening or any other?
Yes, so we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games, we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know Jen or I sent a text out saying where we were going, because we were obviously meeting her sister. And a few of the parents responded where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the waterfall out of that group text.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the waterfall, who were they?
That would be Nick and Karina Kolakisis.
When you arrive at the waterfall, you and your wife, do you recall where it was that you parked in relation to the waterfall?
Who cares? Who cares where I parked?
Yes, if you're looking at the front door of the waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
And the waterfall sort of shares its parking lot or its establishment with a condo complex, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you're telling me that we're like, what, 15, 20 minutes into this direct examination, and we're not even inside the waterfall yet, where things maybe start getting interesting?
Somewhere in that parking lot?
Correct. I parked in the parking lot, yes.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, did you see there, and where did you go?
When we walked into the waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister and their party was sitting.
And where were they sitting in relation to the waterfall?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. We passed, they were in the third table, long table closest to the bar. Across from, there was also a band. They were right across from a little band.
There was a live band there as well?
Yes, there was.
Now, prior to you and your wife entering into the waterfall, you recall what, if anything, you did, or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes, on the car ride from my house to the waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
And do you recall just generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
And what was it about?
It was about my daughter, my oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team and her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person, this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
And despite it being sort of a wife's car, was your phone hooked up to the speakers? Did you have a Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't know if I connected mine to the Bluetooth or not.
I mean, unless this conversation involves the hockey coach telling Matt McCabe that he overheard Karen Reed talking about how she intended to accidentally hit John O'Keefe with her car. I don't care about this conversation. I don't care that this guy was on speakerphone in the car. Get to it.
I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth or not. I know my phone connects, so possibly. I don't know for sure if it was 100% connected that evening.
Now, with respect to it being your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
Look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the car would probably recognize her device over your device, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
actually, I started the call definitely on my phone because my kids were I was on the call for a while. So I think I had my kids still in the car when I was dropping them off. So I wouldn't have them listening to the call. So I must have been on, again, I don't remember, but I must have been listening on holding it in my hand.
This is riveting.
When you come into the waterfall, do you recall by what time that was?
I did 9 o'clock, give or take a couple minutes.
Over under, or not over under. Okay, guys, put your guesses in the chat for what kind of drink he ordered, because you know he's going to be asked. Was it Miller Lite? Was it Bud Light? Was it Michelob Ultra, or maybe a fancy drink? I don't know. Maybe he likes margaritas. Maybe he likes cosmopolitans. What's the drink, guys? What's the drink of choice?
And again, you come over to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it was Nicole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert. We were also joined by Nick Kolakisas, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but Nick and we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after. Oh, and Jen, obviously.
Generalized apology to the Greek community. None of these witnesses seem to understand how to pronounce a Greek last name, Kolakithas. But it's whatever. It's fine. But if I were Greek, I'd be like screaming at the screen.
To be clear, people that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either them that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife's?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakithas came in at the same time or slightly staggered, at some point he came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect, obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Yes.
And from what you recall, you were drinking and most, if not all, of the other people were drinking as well?
Yes, yeah, everybody at the table, to my recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
I do.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
Oh, somebody in the chat said something about Crystal Light. Hang on. I've got to go back. Who said it? Somebody said, yes, Wheaton is what? More Crystal Light and vodka, Kool-Aid flavor. Okay. So he went a little bit fancier. He is a little bit of a fancy drink guy. All right.
And is that something that you?
Oh, and ZM also said it. Sorry. I missed yours, but yeah, that's fun.
You normally drink?
No.
And why were you drinking that on that?
I was
feeling fancy.
I was in a diet competition with other people in the town, so I was trying to stay away from any beer. Which
I'm sorry if you if you're in a diet challenge and you're drinking booze and like just going with like a Crystal Light like diet option, like booze is not going to help you with your dieting. I'm not a dietitian. It's not medical advice, but like based on my experience, the fastest way to lose weight, especially if you're drinking a lot of alcohol, is to cut out the alcohol. You're doing it wrong, man. I'm sorry. I'm going to judge you for that a little bit.
would be what I typically would drink.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you note anyone in your group, either at that time or subsequent in the night, to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking. I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. I don't know for sure.
Sorry, this guy's not on a diet. If he's having 3 to 5 vodka Crystal Light with Crystal Lights with water, that's not a diet.
But give or take something there. But again, I wasn't paying attention to see if anybody was drinking faster than somebody else or et cetera.
And in that sense, sort of how long were you at the waterfall that night?
Got there at 9 and left a little after 12, so a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, correct?
Yes, I recall leaving a little after midnight, correct.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the evening?
Yes. Shortly after we settled in, Nick's wife showed up. Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but Nick's wife, Karina, came. And give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And around 11-ish, give or take, I don't know the exact time, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other, but let me ask first about, as far as Caitlin's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, how long was he there that night?
The reason why he's asking you this is because we couldn't actually get the answer from Tristan Morris himself because he doesn't actually know time.
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit before he had to go out and, I don't know if he was plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was going to be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, they're brothers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that evening?
Yes.
I mean, how did you know him?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian, but I met him maybe 3, 4 times. I don't know exactly how many. So I knew who he was.
You knew who he was as far as he was friends or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert?
Yes.
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to the waterfall?
Yes, I was informed that they were in New York, coming back from New York from a funeral of a New York police officer.
And both of them, as far as you knew, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins, they were in law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you speak of Karen Reed, that's someone that you had met prior to this evening as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
She is seated at the table with her attorneys. You want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black, I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
Just as a record reflect that identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe first, how was it that you knew Mr. O'Keefe?
I've met John O'Keefe when he started to be the caretaker for his niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
And specifically, you're referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
So their mother and father tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe, is that when you were living at the house on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
A couple hundred yards, 2 different streets. It's a neighborhood with multiple streets. My house was on Sutcliffe, drive down Sutcliffe, maybe pass 1, 2, 3, 4 houses, took a right, and that was John. That was the street that the kids lived on, maybe 4 houses up on the right.
And with reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes,
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kaylee?
yes. My third daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in his house, close to the house you were living on Sutcliffe, about how old was your daughter and his niece, Kaylee?
Ooh, I believe it was kindergarten. How old would you be in kindergarten?
I feel like that's an accent right there. Kindergarten. I would pronounce that kindergarten. But yeah, that's cute.
7? I don't know.
I think kindergarten suffices. So
Okay.
fair to say they were very young, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the kids, what, if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what, if any, relationship did either you or your wife have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically his niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. Just the
Very
door.
long
I was
question,
trying to.
let me see.
No, the door was shaking, so I couldn't hear the end of it.
You need to
So
speak up,
around
sir.
that time, Mr. O'Keefe moved in with his niece and nephew and took over guardianship of them.
Yes.
What, if any, relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with respect to Mr. O'Keefe and the kids?
Oh, yeah, we had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee, and my daughter. She was very involved with helping him out, whether it's rides to various events. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times we'd go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence acting as a mother and a father. And so you do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
I will say it is a little bit irritating that in a case where there are child witnesses and those witnesses are designated on the witness list by their initials, and they're, if they do in fact testify in this trial, they will do so outside the presence of the cameras won't be televising it. They'll allow journalists to be in the courtroom. However, they can't. They are expressly forbidden from giving out details about these kids. The fact that he's so free flowing with her first name, of the niece, and then doesn't provide the name of his own daughter, who's supposedly friends with her, is a little bit irksome.
And in particular, his niece Kaylee and your daughter, who was around the same age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they, particularly around that younger age?
They were very close in the young age. Kaylee would spend a lot of time at our house, spend a lot of time sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jennifer?
Kaylee was close with Jen. Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls in regards to she was bright, and she was very articulate. So she could have conversations with the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she's a bright kid.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe and the kids moved from that house, and you also moved from the house on Sutcliffe, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall the order of that? Was it you that moved first, or they that moved first?
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was your new house?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
And where did John and the kids move?
They moved a little further away from, they're probably a couple miles away, 2.5, 3 miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically, they moved to a house on Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the nature of your relationship, you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids and your daughter and Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from the original neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you first met her?
It's COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was the COVID year. I think it was 2020 summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
And could you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out to my wife, Jen. It was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or the Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool, so he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Yes, because they were dating, and he informed my wife that Karen had MS, and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the two of them to get to know each other, could have conversations with each other, obviously both suffering from MS.
How long has your wife suffered from MS?
I'm going to say, I think she's been suffering for a while, but I'm going to say her diagnosis, maybe 9 years. I don't remember the exact date. I'm going to say about 9 years.
And so, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and the two children came over the house that day. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that John and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer or whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it's practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything, let me ask you this. As far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, is someone he was dating or what was going on with someone he was dating's relationship, is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I if he would. No, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant, Ms. Reed, and it applies to any other relationship you had while you were friends, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th, when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group at the high top when they first came in?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
How you shaking hands, hugging? How you guys doing? Good to see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody that you're friends with.
And if you recall, was there a particular sort of side of the table, or where were you situated in relation to the table, and who, if anyone, was situated around you?
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner, on the right side. Nick Kolokisis was right next to me. There was a wall. It's kind of thin. The table ends. There's a little space, and there's a wall right behind you. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina were on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the end. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
It's fair to say the Colakithises didn't really know anybody at the table besides yourself and your wife.
Fair to say, they obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct. You get water.
Now, sir, if I could ask, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything about what he was wearing that night?
I recall a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
Do you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall. If he had one on, he had one on. I don't recall it.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time?
I did not see any injuries.
And do you recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he's drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light. I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light limes, which I thought was interesting, but it was at a pool. And maybe it was a summer drink for him. I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
Now, with reference to Miss Reed that night, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking or have?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
Assumed it was vodka.
And, as far as the absent the Crystal Light, which I'll leave that alone for now. But absent the Crystal Light, was it similar to the drink that you were having that night?
Yes, could have been vodka water. Exactly. I don't know.
Now, do you know where the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, do you know where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
John had said they were came over from across the street from CF McCarthy's.
Now, let me ask you, as far as you were going to the waterfall, or your understanding was that it was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And was he at the waterfall any time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home. I had a couple friends over the house.
Now, from the time that you were in the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of sort of the group at large?
Everyone was happy. Everyone was vibing.
Everybody was just having a good time, hanging out, socializing, talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
Where was the band? What were they
As
playing?
far as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were concerned, from what you could see or your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall sometime after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to that, Over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And would that be both?
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversation, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe that evening?
I believe that night I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to, what's the school? Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that you had applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you have your ups and downs. But brief conversational, nothing of any substance. Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was winding down for the evening?
Yes.
The band that had been playing before, were they still playing, or had they?
No, they had stopped earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. There were some people there, but our table.
Okay, yeah, we are going to go 1.25 speed. I think it's just kind of necessary here.
Was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
And so in that vein, if you recall, can you tell the jury sort of the order?
Oops, sorry. I think that may have been the wrong one. Which one just died on me? No, that should be the right. Okay, sorry.
Of people from your group and when they left and things of that.
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up, leaving before us. Then my wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving before us. I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last 2 at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because they said the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar, as well as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job, guys coming back, things of that nature. And then Nick and I walked out.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, while you were there, what, if any, conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after the waterfall?
Yes. As mentioned, we thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. We found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends, and we were welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday. So he had extended an invite to the table. Like, hey, who's ever around wants to come back, you're welcome.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife, Jennifer, when you were leaving the waterfall?
That would be stopping by Brian and Nicole's house.
And so prior to that discussion regarding stopping by your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, what, if any, discussion was there in regard to your to his brother, Christopher Albert? Let me ask you, what, if any, other discussion, other than going to your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's house, was there at the table in regard to places to go after?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the waterfall.
And can you describe sort of what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza. So we said no, we're not going to D&E. Though we had conversations. Karen wanted to go, but we kept saying no, we're not going to go.
When you say you kept saying, is that something that the defendant raised once or more than once?
More than once.
Now, when you leave you and Mr. Kolokitis and you walk out of the waterfall, you go to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to the car when you did?
She was already in the car.
So let me ask you, as far as where was she seated within the?
Oh, sorry. She was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. Oakes?
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a text from John, and it said, "Where to?" I think he was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her just call him instead of texting him back.
So rather than text while she's driving, you advise her just call him back.
Correct.
And did you call him?
She did.
And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier within the car, this call from your wife Jennifer to John O'Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was. I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me ask you this: could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him. Yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that communication with reference to where to or where to go or the address, describe to the jury sort of what that conversation consisted of.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview, and I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, "Come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman, and 34 Fairview." And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and telling him Sherman's easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was. I recall, again, my assumption would be they'd come from Sherman, from Chapman Street. My wife referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. And we said, "Well, you know where this child lives?" He said, "Yes." "Okay, drive past her street and the house will come up on the left."
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So someone, you recall whether it was you or your wife that made reference to Bella's house?
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter and with Kaylee, is that correct?
Yes.
Around the same age?
Exact. Same age, same grade.
Now, when you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what, if anything, you could say as far as who was coming or who he was with at the time?
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is when he was saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great. We're on our way.
And from, obviously, the earlier interaction that you had with him and him saying we, who did you infer that we be?
Karen.
And at any point in time during the conversation that you had where you were hearing both sides, did you hear Ms. Reed in the background at any point?
I do not recall hearing Ms. Reed, no.
Now, about how far a drive is it, or how long a drive is it roughly from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take, 5 minutes. There's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go, as far as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrive at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation to the house?
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, I am.
Been there several times before this evening.
Yes, I have.
And essentially, there's two garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle, because that driveway, you could pull up even on the right of her, but somewhere, I don't know exactly, but she pulled into the driveway.
So she pulls in the driveway, she parks, you guys go in the house, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside the house, who, if anyone, do you observe?
When we entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where?
Did I say Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room with the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
Got there, I'd say a little over an hour. No, got there about 12:20-ish. Left 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time, 1:40, 1:45-ish. So.
You got there somewhere closer to 12:30 and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Got there about 12:20, give or take, and then, left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar to the question I asked you about the waterfall, as far as how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got there?
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So, fair to say no tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you were at the house?
No.
And do you recall sort of what you were doing while you were at the house, or what the group was doing?
It's kind of hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking, enjoying each other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table. But other than that, just socially hanging out with each other.
The foolish video that you're talking about, do you recall what that was?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song "It's Raining Men."
And do you recall, generally speaking, what was in the video? Why it was a foolish video as you described?
Well, it's in the family. It's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video, and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and the friends the video so they could see. We're kind of picking on my sister-in-law.
This is thrilling testimony.
And, you have another nephew by the name of. I'm sorry. Are you familiar? You mentioned that earlier at the waterfall. There was Christopher and Julie Albert. Is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them? Your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Yes.
And you know their children as well. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin.
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw him.
And obviously, you know your oldest daughter, Allie, correct?
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her vehicle or anything? Did you have any knowledge that your daughter, Allie, was there at the time that you were there?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there. You didn't see her there. You didn't know if she had been there before you or anything like that.
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the group that you were with, was there any point in time that anyone from that group left that sort of general area of the dining room and the kitchen that you recall?
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. Other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs or downstairs to the basement or anywhere else but that general area of those three rooms in the home?
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
how long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody. And shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
Now, as far as the Levinson and Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know. First time I met her. I definitely met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she's been, I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my my nephew, Brian, when we go on vacation. We have a dog, and Brian would usually be the go-to to, let the dog out, et cetera. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know if that was previous to that or after. But I definitely met Julie before, yes.
Sorry, we're going to 1.5.
You met her as a friend of your nephew, correct?
Yes,
Someone that you knew particularly well, was that fair to say?
correct. Didn't know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Miss Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes, she was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Miss Nagel or Miss Levinson or both in regard to getting home?
Yes. My wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Miss Levinson or Miss Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as driving them home, is that correct?
Well, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point when Miss Nagel goes outside, what if anything drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside, or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so upon hearing that, where did you do?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which door?
Well, I was sitting at the table, and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door of the house. So
In
again,
addition to sort of the regular front doors, there's like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through, is that?
that would be the front door. I would call it the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, there's your front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
Regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out the storm door at the front door, when you looked out, what if anything did you see?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
And do you know what color the SUV was?
At the time, it was dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, or dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time, were you familiar with either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I didn't know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at a pickup and things of that nature.
And did you know what kind of vehicle that Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
Remember what
He
color
had
it
a.
was?
No, what? I don't remember the color of his SUV. He had another car too that he drove around. I remember that. That's about it.
And when you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I would just look out the front door and notice the car to be like, oh, that's John. That was my focus. I didn't look for Julie.
As far as the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
And with respect to, just from your perspective, you're looking out, so the driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole right there. There's a utility. I believe it's a green utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the right side of the looking out the front door.
Now, after you look out this initial time, you see this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door. Was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
Nope. I looked out again. because it'd been a few minutes, again, 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house. Looked out and saw the SUV again.
And when you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now it was further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in.
Now, as far as the times that you're looking out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking you back to the waterfall just for a second. When you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing?
The snow had started to fall.
And at that initial time that you're going from the waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it sticking to the pavement or anything at that point?
I believe there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on like the main roads, but definitely a dusting of snow was falling. Correct.
And from that time after you arrived at the house and shortly thereafter when you observed this dark SUV out in front of the house, had that changed at all as far as the accumulation or sticking to the pavement, roadway, grass, anything like that you saw?
Yes. At some point, at least on their road in their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Now, you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flag, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
And at other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second?
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with between the yards. I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Albert's residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Albert's residence and a little further up. I'd say more on the edge of the property line of if you're looking out of the neighbors to their right, if I'm looking out of the house.
Now, this distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
Yes, I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time.
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from the dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met. You have no idea.
Objection.
No, can you answer that? Well, the form of the question, it's sustained.
You know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. My assumption was it was the SUV.
I withdraw.
Okay.
I heard the answer. I withdraw.
Okay.
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see the vehicle. No.
And that was my next point. As far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those 3 times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first 2 times, definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that, I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side, or where was the position with respect to the road?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Albert's house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these 3 occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window or from the storm door at the front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
And further to that point, at any point in time that you observed this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior lights on inside the vehicle?
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore. And again, I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left. Again, we didn't know where they were.
And do you know whether or not there had been any attempted communication by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe at any point?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John, let him know that he's here.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McCabe while they were up front of the house? Objection.
Do you know? Not how you know, do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
No, she did not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry. No, she did not. Sorry.
I'll strike that.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with regard to this, from the first time that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, you know how long a period of time that was?
I'd say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask you this way, as far as from the first time to the second time, you testified it was about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
Were the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, is that?
Yes, that would be in line. Correct.
And at some point around 1:45 or 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes,
Do you recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
And who, if anyone else, was in the vehicle, and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle, and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seat.
John, if at this time of the court's permission, I'd like to publish what jury for this witness, exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Let's see if I can have exhibit 71 first. So, Ms. McCabe, on the desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer there. If you just click that button, point at the screen, if when I ask you. First, just with reference to what's up on the screen at exhibit 71, you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absence from the snowfall, obviously, is essentially what the house looked like on that early morning of January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, with relation to the window first, and then the storm door that you were talking about, that you were looking out from the house, if you using the laser pointer, show the jury where it is.
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the storm door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here, so it'd be right there.
Ms. Kim, if I can have exhibit 72. Again, so you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yep.
So no photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here, in this general area.
The second positioning that you were talking about, is that visible in this photograph?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So Ms. Kim, if I could have exhibit 73. Again, you recognize what's depicted now in exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
That secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photograph.
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention where about that.
About in this general area right here.
And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. I'd say give or take right there.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon. You can take it. So, sir, you leave the residence of 34 Fairview. Do you recall, as far as the weather was concerned, what was the weather? What, if anything, had changed between the times that you would look out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you came out of the house, the vehicle was in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could, you're driving, who else is in the car and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My wife is in the passenger seat, and Julie and Sarah are in the seats directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
I don't recall who was in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway and then you go, do you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes, I back out of the driveway and proceed, heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so with the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing closest to 34 Fairview at the time that you're driving away from it?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit, do you recall anything did you have to clear off the car, windshield wipers on or anything like that, reference to the weather?
Yes, I brush the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now, that area over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
I don't recall it, no.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as you're driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter chatter. You know, my wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something, something about bread. I forget what it was. And then I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residence of Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road? Were you looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
And fair to say you didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
So you drove each of the two young ladies home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your 4 daughters, including Allie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct.
And when you arrived in the house, you and your wife, where did you?
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time?
Yeah, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as when you fell asleep, was your wife still awake or had she already fallen?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch. And she said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, about she was trying out for a basketball team. So we talked a little bit about that. And then that was it. I went to bed.
Turning your attention to the morning of the 29th. Yes, the morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall? So what woke you up that morning?
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
May we approach just briefly?
Okay.
Okay. Is this where we're going to end for the day?
Discuss this case with, we will send you home. Please make sure you follow those 3 cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right.
That's the end of the day. Tomorrow's a full day. We're going to keep watching for a little bit in case there's anything interesting happening in the courtroom between the lawyers. But otherwise, we got through that riveting testimony. All right. So attorneys are at a sidebar, it appears. Okay.
Court, all rise.
Goodbye.
Okay. That's it for the testimony for today. Let's get some questions here, shall we? And also, before I forget, ending the poll. I'm getting better at it. Okay, today the poll had 1,100 votes. Going into day 13, how are you leaning on Karen Reed's murder charge? 75% said not guilty. 19% said need more info. 4% said guilty. So, I mean, it's actually kind of sticking to the same spot that it's been for a while. We'll see if that shifts over time, though. All right. Questions. I love Lena. Legalbytes. Can the defense object to these irrelevant questions? They can. Relevance is a proper basis for objections. However, why would they want to? Because sometimes it's better to let some objectionable testimony go, because if it's not relevant and they're looking over at the jury and you know, as I like to say, they're counting the tiles on the ceiling, not paying any attention to the testimony, why wake them up with an objection? No need to alert the jury's attention when it's helping your case, quite frankly. Arthur Riston question: why is kindergarten legal when Kinder eggs aren't? I have no idea why Kinder eggs are not legal in the U.S. Notice, what is the rule in the health records in trials in U.S.? In Finland, trials are public but medium public. leaves if there's any medical info, minors, or SA crimes handled. Typically, the media stays. If it's being televised, then for some sensitive parts, oftentimes there will be a determination by the judge not to televise it, like what I was talking about earlier with the children's testimony. If they do in fact testify, John O'Keefe's niece and nephew, that there will be no cameras in the courtroom for that part, and the media that's present, the public that's present, will be expressly told not to publish any sort of personal information or personal identifying information about them. Same thing with SA crimes, I believe. But generally speaking, it comes from the First Amendment. The United States has a very, very strong stance on the First Amendment, and that includes being able to petition your government, and so that includes also includes the media, rights of the media. So yeah, First Amendment, generally speaking, courtrooms are an open process. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, with the prosecution hammering in what everyone is drinking, is he trying to prove everyone was intoxicated and driving that night? It would seem so. It would definitely seem so, right? I mean, it's this bit of irony here that it seems that the prosecution has successfully proved that basically everyone that was there that night was drinking quite a bit, except for Karen Reed, it seems. There's been testimony about her drinking vodka out of a glass, but it's all been assumptions, right? I mean, Matt McCabe said on the stand today, he was like, I'm assuming it was vodka. No actual knowledge about it. All of the other witnesses that have testified to it, none of them were like, I was close enough and I could smell vodka. That would be something that would be, reliable, that we could be like, okay, vodka. And Christopher Albert testified that he saw her sneak in a glass from someplace else, and they had previously been at McCarthy's, where we have testimony of her ordering one drink. We don't have anything to suggest that she got more than one drink at McCarthy's. So she got one drink at McCarthy's, snuck it into the waterfall, and there's no testimony suggesting that she got a second drink anywhere else. In fact, Christopher said that she was like nursing that same drink all night, unless she was getting refills somehow. No one has testified that she got refills. It sounds like the most that we can count from all of that is that she had one drink at most. We don't even know if that was vodka. Anyway, it's so frustrating. El Borate. So was John at the pizza shop? Someone in chat mentioned pepperoni DNA. So possible suspect was at the pizza shop. I don't know. I mean, the witness that testified about veterinary DNA yesterday did not clarify whether that DNA would be destroyed if you cook it. I mean, we talked a lot about bacon and how it splatters and things like that, but I don't know. I don't know if it would show up then, if it was cooked. So I don't know if pepperonis would show up, but she does test food. So I wonder if it would have to be raw. I'm not sure. KJ Height. Question. I wonder if the jury is awake with this because I almost fell asleep and I'm also working. Yeah. I wonder the same thing. Mark Mullins. Question. Alita, can the judge time Mr. Lally out? This testimony is like watching paint dry. I mean, if he's repeating into another section that he's done a lot of, the judge has a couple times been like, all right, move it along. But beyond that, I mean, there's also, judges may or may not want to like have too heavy of a hand though in how they conduct their testimony, because I mean, that's just the job of the attorney. JP Eagles and Cats. Legalbytes, did they do a polygraph on Karen? I don't know. I doubt it. Polygraphs are not admissible because they are notoriously unreliable for evidentiary purposes. David S. Question, why did his wife Google how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m.? That is a question that is going to have to be answered by the prosecution for sure. I have no idea. I am equally interested in learning that answer. Kristen, Legalbytes, I'm so confused as to the case the prosecution is putting on. Have any of the witnesses said they ever saw KR outside at any point or get into a car during the night? Did I miss it? Not that specifically. However, there was testimony yesterday that other witnesses saw someone in the car, a woman in the car, and the suggestion is that that was Karen Reed. So I think that we can now comfortably say that there is confirmation that Karen Reed was in her SUV at 34 Fairview Road, based on the testimony that we got yesterday. Janet G. Legalbytes, regarding Karen Reed's drink, didn't we have a bartender testify? We did. The Waterfall, she works for the Waterfall Bar and Grill. I wonder if they had a bartender testify from McCarthy's bar, maybe they could provide some information as to what that drink was. But it's interesting that the bartender from Waterfall also testified and was not asked anything about Karen Reed's drink. I was specifically listening for that. I was very interested to hear, because I was like, oh, this is someone that's going to be very important for the DUI charge, because bartenders have all the information about who drank what. Did they drink too much? Did they cut them off? What were they drinking? All kinds of information like that. And there was nothing about Karen Reed and what she drank, which, I mean, either means she didn't know, or it means that she had no information because Karen didn't actually buy a drink at the Waterfall. Either way, that's evidence that needs to be put on by the prosecution. That's not needed to be rebutted by, like they don't need rebuttal testimony for the defense. If there's a lack of evidence, that gap falls on the side of the prosecution. The burden is on them to prove this case. OG B Dusk. Legalbytes, if the feds get a huge break in this case, can they come in and make arrests? I suppose so. Probably. I mean, yeah, I don't see why not. But again, I've talked about this before. I don't know too many details about the investigation other than that it is related to this case. The Lucian, Legalbytes, defense did ask that dog DNA expert if something like dog food / pig ears and treats would show up. She said yes, but I don't know about the high heat from cooking the meat, like pepperonis and bacon and things like that, like how that would impact the detectability of the DNA. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it still would show up as well, but I don't know. Heather S. Legalbytes, I thought the bartender at Waterfall said she didn't recall serving Karen a drink at all. Yeah, I mean, that might be correct. But that doesn't mean that she didn't serve Karen a drink. That just means she didn't recall serving Karen a drink. But make of that as you will. The jury's going to. Carolyn V. Internet says yes, vet DNA tests work on cooked, smoked, cured, dried, and raw meat. Well, there you go. Okay. The internet never lies. Janet G. Legalbytes, remind me, your cat's name's Holmes and Mavi? Yes, exactly. And of course, Indy Bear is our pup. Indy, I like to call her Indy Bear too. But yes, Holmes and Mavi. Mavi, short for Maverick, because we first met her on Veterans Day. And decided to give her a military name after cycling through a number of different options. We're like, should we name her Patton? Should we name her Ike? We settled on Maverick / Mavi, which is just a perfect kind of name for her, actually, in my opinion. And let's see here, a couple more here. Carolyn V, you can even DNA test cremated remains. Okay. LaQuaria, Runkle said cooking doesn't destroy DNA unless it's cooked to the point of being inedible. Okay. Fair enough. I definitely would trust Ian on that one. I feel like that's something that he would in fact know. Baz 80s question, with the judge being so strict on time, do you think the prosecution is trying to stretch out the witness to eat into defense's time? No, I mean, no, the defense still has a right to put on their case. And the two sides have indicated ahead of time about how much they think that they need in order to put on their case in chief. And if the prosecution extends their time for their case in chief, that's not going to take away from the defense's case in chief. That would be a huge issue for due process reasons. So yeah, no, that shouldn't have an impact. All right, folks. think that's all the questions that we've got here. Thank you so much for joining me, whether you are joining live or on replay. Folks in the chat, folks in the comments, I appreciate you guys, or also folks that are just lurking and listening in the background. Love it, love it, love it. And of course, as always, thank you to the mods for helping to maintain good standing in the chat. I appreciate it because I know folks have a lot of different opinions, and I love to see people expressing those and doing so in a way that is productive, because this is one of those fascinating cases that is I mean, we can go through the nuances of it for sure. And also thanks to the folks that were super chatting, buying memberships and all that great stuff. It really does help to support the channel. So, all right, guys, this was a half day. Tomorrow we've got a full day starting at 9 a.m. East Coast time. I'll be putting out posts for everything, of course, as always. And I think that's about it. All right. Thank you, guys. See you in the next one.